Hi there, hi everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm not sure, this is a very spontaneous thing. I haven't streamed in a very long time, so we gotta see how this shakes out, because I'm really not sure. First of all, I'm very well aware that the camera is all jittery and buggy, but like I said, this is a kind of last minute thing, so yeah, let's see how this shakes out. If it's too distracting, I'm gonna just disable the camera. I don't know. But yeah, I hope at least the audio is fine. Yeah, so this is not really planned at all. I don't know if this is gonna be a long stream or if this is just gonna be a, I don't know, half hour, 1 hour thing. So yeah, let's just see how it shakes out. I don't know, this is really not planned. But I'm currently working on an app together with a friend. It's a very interesting project where basically the idea is to connect a physical Nintendo Switch console to Twitch using either Twitch IRC, meaning the Twitch chat, or an actual extension, a stream extension for Twitch. Both should be supported. Yeah, we're working on that currently, and yeah, I haven't had the time to work on it in like a week or two, so I thought, why not stream the progress? So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Let's just see. I don't know if we should wait a few more moments for people to arrive or just get started, get cracking. So maybe, what I can try, hold on. First of all, I want to see if the Nintendo Switch is actually properly recording. I think it is. Yes. Okay. So this is Kirby in the Forgotten Land. It's just an example for testing purposes. But that's fine. Let's switch back to the left monitor. Okay. I hope you can read everything that's on the screen. I'm not sure about the visual quality. I haven't changed that much from my original streaming setup, but it's been quite a while, so I don't know. Let's see. Alright. So, I listed some things that I want to do in this stream here. I don't know if we're going to be able to do everything on this list. Not even sure if we're going to be able to do a single thing on this list. Because like I said, nothing has been planned in advance. So yeah, let's just see. Maybe let me just show you the app really quick. So basically, just start it up. I think there's a huge delay in the actual stream, but I hope that's not gonna be a problem. Maybe let's move this here. Yeah. So this is the app. It's still work in progress. It's obviously you don't see much yet. So basically, what it allows me to do is, if I open a project here, or create a new one, I'm just gonna open one that I created earlier. What it allows me to do is connect the app to a physical Nintendo Switch, and then basically send macros, controller macros, to the Nintendo Switch. And then they get executed there. So basically I can remote control the Nintendo Switch. And ultimately, I want to basically have the possibility to implement multiple command sources. So commands can basically come from anywhere. And in the first version, I want to support Twitch IRC and a custom Twitch extension, so that users basically can just join a stream and click some certain command, the command will be queued and executed on the streamer's Nintendo Switch console. So obviously you can basically achieve the same thing using emulators and stuff, but I thought it would be really interesting to actually, for viewers of a Twitch stream, to actually have impact on an actual physical console. So yeah, I thought that would be pretty neat. And yeah, so we're gonna work on that. And the technologies used here are basically, well, .NET obviously, because I'm mostly a .NET developer. So this is a WPF application right here. But for the Nintendo Switch interoperability, I basically use a library called NXBT, which is a Python library. So actually I'm running that, hold on. I'm running NXBT on this, you can't see it I think, on this Raspberry Pi. And it's connected to this app via a WebSocket. So this is basically what you see here. I can establish a connection to the Nintendo Switch via that WebSocket. So let me just maybe demonstrate. Let's see. So I need to first of all connect to the Raspberry Pi. So I got a secure shell right here, and I'm just gonna, let me just see. Let me just run the server, the WebSocket server. I forgot what the directory is called. So yeah, the app's name is Twitch NX. It's likely to change because I don't think the Twitch people are gonna be too happy about Twitch actually being in the name of the app. So we'll have to see. Maybe I'll just change it to, I don't know, something else. But for now, it's the working title is Twitch NX. It's on GitHub, it's open source, so if you feel like contributing or checking out the source code, go ahead. But yeah, let's see, Switch Bridge. So Switch Bridge is what I refer to, it's what I call the program, the Python program that is running on the Raspberry Pi. And as the name suggests, it's basically makes sure that you can connect from any client to a Nintendo Switch. So let me just go there, server. Oops. Switch Bridge. Did I misspell that? Oops. Oh yeah, misspelled it. There we go, and let's see, there should be a Python script in here which is called Switch Bridge Server. I'm gonna run that. Let's Switch Bridge Server. Oh, sorry. So that's going to be running now, I hope. Yeah, there we go. So it starts a WebSocket server, and it basically listens to any well, messages that are sent from this client app. So I can now, so this is already the correct IP address. I can now connect, and there we go. And this status basically means that it's directly connected to a Nintendo Switch console. And now what I can do is I can go into this view and I can simulate a new controller. And let me just maybe switch scenes here. There we go. And I'm gonna go into the controller settings here. Let me see if I can find it actually. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, the UI is in German, so sorry about that. Okay, so let me just go back into the app. And I may have to... Yeah, there we go. So here you can see that it's connected to a physical Switch console. And if I go here, I can add a new controller. And it's gonna take a few seconds. Hopefully it all works out. Yeah, there we go, connected, and now I can see on my Nintendo Switch actually that there's a second controller connected. And now I can select it and remove it again, and there we go, it's gone. So what I want to do now, hold on. Yeah, so what I want to do now, and I'm sorry for phasing in and out of existence here, it's just a really crappy camera setup. What I'm actually using is an iPhone with an app called Epoch Cam by Elgato that basically lets me simulate a green screen, and it's awful. It's awful. But I thought it's better than nothing, so maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's worse than nothing. I don't know. So yeah, let's go ahead. And actually what I want to do is actually demonstrate how the app can actually interact with the Nintendo Switch. Let me just see. So I'm gonna go maybe... So if I don't press anything on my primary physical controller, I'll be able to make the virtual controller the primary one. Let me see. You just gotta tell me if the music is too loud or anything, because I'm really not sure. I can't. For me personally, it's a little too loud, but I know that the volume is different in this actual stream, so... So let me just add a controller again. And this usually takes around 30 seconds tops. And if there's an error, it's going to show me exactly what error occurred. For example... Oh, it's good. For example, if you simply disconnect the Switch or something like that. And that's great. So for testing purposes, I implemented a view specifically designed for that, where I can basically send over macros to the Nintendo Switch by simply entering them as a string in text form. Hold on, let me switch views here. It's kind of hard for me to see if there are any chat messages in the stream, and at the same time look at what I'm doing here, so sorry. I only have 2 screens. I may need 3 or maybe even 4. So let's go ahead. So basically we just need to confirm here, so I'm going to say press A for, I don't know, 1 second. And obviously this is just a testing view, so the user will not actually type in macros in this form. They will actually have a nice timeline view where they can just use drag and drop to basically create their macros, but you'll see that in just a second. Let me just see, I need to need the controller to be selected here, and then I should be able to send that. And that should cause the switch to recognize the A button press and basically exit the controller menu, I think. Yeah, there we go. And now let's say B. And now I want to go back to Kirby, so I'm going to say press home for half a second, maybe. Oh, that's wrong. Sorry about that. Back. Is the game already highlighted? No, it's not. So let's maybe press, wait, D-pad up, and then D-pad left. Maybe that's a little long, maybe it's... Or maybe let's do one at a time. Here we go. So we need to press left 2 times now. And then I think A or X, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And we're back in the game. Oh, hi Nightbird. Long time no see. Yeah, welcome to this very spontaneous coding stream. We're currently working on a project where we control a physical Nintendo Switch console using an WPF app. It basically allows you to connect Twitch to a physical Nintendo Switch console and emulate or simulate controllers using Twitch IRC or an extension that we're going to build, or that we are already in the process of building. So yeah. Let's go back into, hold on. So just to demonstrate again, maybe let's make Kirby jump, and I think for jumping that should be the A button. Send and Kirby, yeah, there we go. And again. And as you can see, there's basically no delay. As soon as I press send, Kirby jumps. And it's pretty amazing if you think about it, because the app, what it does is it sends a WebSocket message to the Raspberry Pi, which then in turn interprets that message and forwards it to the Nintendo Switch via Bluetooth. So the fact that there's very little to no delay is kind of amazing. So there we go. So let's pull up our list here. Let's see. I don't think we need this Nintendo Switch preview here anymore, so let's just get rid of it. So obviously, like I said, this is just a test view. This is basically a debugging tool. What the actual end user is going to use is this. So they can set up some commands, call them, name them whatever they want, like test command 1. This is a beautiful command. And they can simply use drag and drop to create the macros. And let's maybe... Oh, it seems like the delete feature doesn't work anymore. I might have changed something. Whoops. Anyway, let's maybe create a new one here. Because I really just want to test something. Yeah, nice animations, courtesy of you. So I don't know if I go back. Let me just. Why can't I delete them? It did work. I promise you that it did work. But for some reason, I might have destroyed the timeline a little bit. But yeah, let's just build a new one here. So we can just use drag and drop to build a new one. So let me zoom in a little. So basically I can make it press the A button for a second. And let's just keep it as simple as that. And the last thing I implemented was this test macro feature here, the button. And if everything is working the way it should, or the way it's supposed to, then we should be able to select the controller here and test the macro, but apparently we're not. So I might have missed something. But that's basically the last thing I was working on before the stream, so I don't know. Yeah, so let's maybe go ahead. I want to be able to directly test the macro from this view here just by clicking this button. I think I know what the issue is already. But let's see. So I'm using WPF, so obviously, or more or less obviously, I'm using the MVVM design pattern for this app. Let me just close this here. Maybe let's get this out of the way for now. And let me just take a sip. All right. So let's check what's going on there. And unfortunately, I'm currently I'm kind of forced to use a touchpad on my laptop, which is terrible, but I ran out of USB slots, so excuse me. Yeah, so like I said, not planned, spontaneous thing, so not everything is ideal. So I have this view model here for the actual timeline that you just saw, and I'm using a command pattern for all of those buttons and stuff, for everything that the user can interact with. So I'm wondering why the test command is not enabled. Let's see. So currently, oh yeah, I see. Okay. So currently it's only enabled if there are any elements in that timeline, but we never notify the command when that condition has changed. So as soon as an element gets added or removed from the timeline, we need to basically notify that command that, well, its status has changed and it should be enabled again. So let's see. In my track view model, where is it? Here. So basically I have one view model for the entire timeline view, and then there's a view model for each track and a view model for each element in that timeline track. So go ahead here. And there is an event that I remember implementing. It's just... But I think I never actually raise it for some reason. Yes, I do raise it, but I think I'm not actually listening to the event being raised. So let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. No, actually I am. Actually, I am. Yes, this should work. Let me test it. Let me debug this. Don't know why that's not working. And again, sorry if I keep phasing in and out of existence. It's horrible. I mean, I can change it to something like, hold on, this. I don't know if that's any better or just terrible in a different way. Like, I don't know, is this better or is this worse? I don't know. I'm gonna... open it up again here, and now technically if we connect now, it should already have one controller created. Yes, it does. Okay, so if I just close the app without disconnecting the controller, I can just reopen the app and the controller will still be there. So that's fine. That's exactly the way it should work. But yeah, let's go ahead and create a new command. And now I'm confused because it should have triggered the breakpoint. Really should have, because basically what I'm doing here... Oh yeah, okay, no, never mind. Never mind, I'm stupid. I'm subscribing to the event too late, because here in the initialize timeline method, what I'm doing is I'm creating the track view models and adding them to a collection. Where is it? Tracks here. It's an observable collection. And then after that, I subscribe to the collection changed event. So obviously that event is not going to be raised because it's simply too late. So I'm gonna pull this up, save it, hot reload the code, so it should now be working. Let me close this. Let's create a new one. Go here, and now it triggers. Okay, that's great. Let's click continue, and we should be back. It was better with the green screen. Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, so Code Alchemy, when you said probably better, which one did you mean? Like the one with the blurry background or the one with the green screen? But anyway. Test macro. Make Kirby jump. Put it there. Yeah, so now you can see that it's actually working. Okay, that should be fine. So I selected a controller and let's maybe enable the Nintendo Switch preview again. Just a sec. There we go. And hopefully, if I did everything correctly, Kirby should jump the second I click test macro. Yes. Okay, great. Let's try something else. Let's try to make him jump and inhale. I think B was inhaling, so let's try to make him jump and in the middle of the jump start inhaling. Okay, it was not, the timing wasn't quite right, but let's maybe go put it here. And test. Okay, perfect. So basically what the idea is that this command, which is now called test macro, could be triggered by Twitch, either via a chat command or via an overlay that is basically an overlay provided by an extension. So yeah, that's the idea. And yeah, I know Code Alchemy. So basically it's pick your poison. So it's either me phasing in and out of existence, or at least my headphones, or me having a very weird background. So I don't know. If it's too distracting or annoying, just tell me and I'll just disable the camera. But I thought it would be a little more personal. I don't know. But I'm just glad that the test macro button works the way it's supposed to work, because it was basically the last thing I implemented before I went live. Okay. So obviously, well, not obviously, but what I still need to do is implement more macros. I'm not sure if I can actually create or control Kirby with the D-pad, or if it's strictly the left control stick. Maybe let's give it a try. So let's make Kirby jump right, and as soon as he lands, wait a few moments and then start inhaling. Let's see if that works. I'm not sure, because I haven't actually implemented a macro yet that just holds the control stick in a specific direction. Actually, I did implement that technically, but you can't select the macro here. But let's try. I think the D-pad should work as well. Or maybe it doesn't. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's weird. Or did it just... Okay, so the delete button works again. I don't know why it didn't work previously. We just... There's a huge delay for me, so... Okay, so jumping works, that's fine. Yeah, so... Let's try this again. Okay, so he just jumps, but he doesn't move. But that's simply because you can't control Kirby with the D-pad. It just doesn't work. What I can do is I can actually insert a macro that does a full circle on the left control stick. So maybe let's try that one. Oh yeah. Maybe let's remove the jumping. So this should make Kirby run in a circle, so let's try. Yeah, perfect. That's great. So what I have not implemented yet is what happens if I click test macro, but I have not selected a controller or even created one yet. So we're gonna need to do that. The problem here is, or the challenge here is that I'm very strict and pure on using the MVVM pattern here, so I don't want to break that pattern. So I'm gonna have to... Hold on. So what I need to do... Let me just go ahead. Well, also, let me just change the music. We've been listening to the same song for quite some time now. Don't like that one. Ah, that's a good one. So basically, once I click this button, this is basically the method that gets called. And as you can see here, I put a to-do in there. If we haven't selected a controller, we need to display some sort of error message to the user, obviously. And also, if the switch is not connected, same thing. But we can't do that from the view model because the view model should not be aware of the UI. So we need to inject some sort of service that handles that error message for us. Or we could raise an event in the view model and then subscribe to that event from somewhere in the application where it's okay to know about the UI. So it's an architectural thing. So what I think I'm going to do is inject a service. And actually, I'm using... Hold on. Let me just quit the app. I am using a library which is called... Let me just show it to you here. There. It's called MAHApps or MAHapps, however you pronounce it. Which gives the whole thing this whole look and feel that it currently has. So it comes with pre-styling and a couple of themes that you can actually switch at runtime. So it's just a styling library. And it also comes with a custom dialog, which I'm already using. Let me just go ahead and show you. Sorry for the wait, I think it's a little too much to handle. But yeah, we should be fine. So if I click new project, this is what shows up. And this is basically a dialog component from that MAH, or whatever you want to call it, framework or library. And it also has a dialog for error messages, and I'm gonna use that. But the problem with that is that they were not quite as clean about their design. Let me show you what the problem is. So they do provide an interface in their library, which I think is called iDialog coordinator. I think that's the one. Oops. Yes. So they do provide this interface, basically, which is an abstraction of an object that is able to render some sort of dialogue. And that's great because that satisfies the MVVM pattern. So we have an abstraction that is not aware of the actual UI technology used. So it doesn't have a direct dependency on the UI. So that's great. However, they messed up a little bit. Let's put it like that. Because if I take a look at that interface, if I take a look at that interface, the way it's implemented, where is it? Here. I think that's the one. So it has a method, hide metro dialog async, whatever. And it's not just limited to that method. It actually has this problem in several methods, where it takes in, and I think it was this one, an object of this type, base metro dialog. So, and if I take a look at that, you can see that it inherits from content control, which is a class from the WPF framework. So it is actually no longer UI agnostic. It's simply not. So you can't implement this interface without directly referencing the WPF framework. So it's kind of pointless. So this interface doesn't really help with implementing the MVVM pattern. So it's pointless. So they weren't too clean about this. So it's not gonna help. So I'm gonna have to use my own interface if I want to actually apply the MVVM pattern properly. I hope I did get this across properly, but yeah, it's not gonna work out. So what I'm gonna do is remove this first. And I'm gonna use my own interface. Let's go here and maybe say, add a new folder here. And I'm gonna call it dialog. And my computer's acting really slow right now, sorry about that. I don't know why, because it's actually quite a powerful machine, if I do say so myself. But I don't know. So let's call this dialog service. And for now, all I need is a way to show an error message. So let's add a method here. Wow. So IntelliCode is actually quite smart. And it already suggests that I create a method called showDialog with a message, and I think that's awesome. I mean, it's not GitHub Copilot level, but it's still impressive. But that's actually not exactly what I want to do. impressive. Actually, that's a good idea to add that exception. But maybe let's make, whoops. Maybe let's make that optional. And for now that's fine, because I don't need anything more than that. And I'm going to add a default implementation of that interface. Well, actually, and what I'm gonna do is, let me think. Yeah, so this is the class that is actually implements that third-party interface, and I think it has a static method. Yeah, it's a singleton pattern, so I can get the instance and say show dialog. Let's see, show model, show message. I mean, they're all async, so probably I should make my method async as well. Well, actually I don't need to, because I don't need the return value. So I can just call it asynchronously and not await the actual method call, because I don't care for the result. I just want to show the dialog. So let's see the parameters that it takes. Context. Typically this should be the view model. Okay, so maybe we're going to need that. So let's add that as a parameter here. And then I'll just pass it. Title, yeah, that's a great idea actually. Message. And now we can add a style. And the style should be, I think there's some... Okay, it basically... this basically determines whether or not there's an OK or an cancel button. But let's just say there's only a cancel button. So what else? I think we don't need any settings. Oops. I think we actually do. No, we don't. But now we're not doing anything with the exception. Do I actually need it? Yeah, maybe let's do something like, if we do pass an exception, we're going to add an error details message that contains the exception message. Whoops. Let's maybe say two line breaks and then details. It's hard-coded text. I know that's not fine. I should put it somewhere in a resource file or something, because later on I might want to translate the UI, but for now it's fine. There we go. And I think that should be fine. So let's put this in its own file. There we go. And now we can just inject this object into our view model, and then we will still be very pure about the MVVM pattern. And what this allows us to do is we can test our view models without having a direct dependency on the UI. So everything that concerns the UI, we can just inject, we can mock that by simply injecting it into the constructor or as a property. So that's why I'm doing that. Let's see. So obviously, this approach of dependency injection, it comes with a little bit of a toll because you tend to end up with really long constructors. You might be able to pair up some of the parameters, but it's still okay for now. So let me just inject that here. Oh, I still have this Nintendo Switch view enabled. Whoops. Sorry about that. I hope it didn't cover all the interesting parts. It's supposed to say dialog service. And I'm gonna say quick actions, create an assigned field, if it lets me. And now it automatically created a read-only field and assigned the value to it. I hope. Yes, it did. Oh yeah. Now it complains about inconsistent accessibility, and that's because the interface that I'm using has the access modifier internal while the view model is public. So let's go, where did I put it? Here. So now we're good. And now I can just use this this field. Let's go to our to-do there. Show error dialog. And the context is this. The title is simply, let's say, error. And the message is something like no controller selected. Make sure to create and select a controller in the Switch. What was the view called? Switch control view, I think. And again, obviously, I shouldn't hard code these text, these strings. I should put them somewhere in a resource file or something, but for now it's fine. We don't have an exception that we want to log or anything, so it's fine. Maybe at least for now make this a constant. Whoops, error message, no controller. So at least it's a little clean. But there are still some somewhat dirty parts in the code that will have to clean up, but for now it's fine. It's work in progress, so whatevs. Oh, thanks Matthias for sending me the preview images for the macros. Appreciate it. I hope I get to implement them today. Then we need an error message for when the actual Nintendo Switch is not connected. Connection to Nintendo Switch console has not been established. Actually, we can just copy this here. But I think I forgot to adjust the look of the error message. And what I mean by that... Hold on. So it's pretty zoomed in here, that's why so little code actually fits in one line. Sorry about that, but I thought that otherwise you might not be able to read anything, so I need to... you know, scroll from left to right all the time. Sorry about that, but I think it's better than you actually have to use some sort of magnifying glass. So I think that's okay. That's a good trade-off. So let's actually pass an instance of Metro Dialog settings here, because I think I can invert the colors. Animate height, cancellation token, color scheme. And I can say invert it, because what I like to do is I show regular messages in the regular style and error messages in the inverted style. But let's at least format this here a little better. There we go. And now we should be able to test that. I think no, we're not able to test that yet, because we haven't actually injected an instance of the dialog service into the model. We did add a new parameter to the constructor, but we're not actually passing anything. Here. And this is not the place where I want to create that dependency, so instead what I'm gonna... Oh, this is terrible. Okay. As you can see, the constructor already takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameters, and basically my rule of thumb is 6 parameters tops. So I think 1 more should be fine, but please don't see this as best practice. So I'm basically using manual dependency injection. I'm not using some sort of dependency injection framework here. Sorry. It's all done manually because I think for an application this small, it's overkill. Let me see. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, one more will be fine, but after that I will have to go with property injection. But for now it's fine. So basically, I need to wire this all together in the startup of my application. But you'll see that in just a sec. And I'm gonna need to add it here as well. Oh, wow, that's terrible. It's terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. One more is fine. Let it create the read-only field automatically. There we go. And now we need to actually use that here when we create the command view models. There, pass it in and do the same down here. And now we also need to do that. Hold on. Oh, I'm still... I think the phasing in and out of existence thing has gotten a little worse. Don't know why, but maybe it's better now. If I get a little bit closer to the camera, I don't know. Sorry. And I'm also going to store it here in a field because I might need it here as well. Okay, so that's it. Now when I create my main view model, which is basically the view model of the entire application, so to speak, actually we're going to have to do one more level. Oh, don't know what happened now. Okay, and now I can inject it into the main view model. There we go. And now when I actually create this window at application startup, I can pass in the concrete implementation that I want to use, or a mock implementation if I want to mock that dialog behavior. So pass that in here, and we should be fine. Now let me run that. So the WebSocket server that receives the macros, the commands, is still running on the Raspberry Pi. And it's actually logging everything that's going on. So you can see here whenever we send a command over to the switch, it just sort of locks everything. And also the status, the connection status gets updated on a regular basis, so yeah. So we should get an error message now if we're not connected to the switch and try to test a macro. So let's create a new one here. Untitled 2 is fine. Error. Let's get Kirby back on the screen. Hopefully. So we're not currently connected. Now if I try to test, we get an error because context is not registered. Consider using... Oh, right. Right. But do we need a context? Can I just pass null? Nope. Value cannot be null. Shoot. Okay. So apparently we can't just... this is stupid. Why is that? Let's look up documentation for that. Just give me a sec. So this is the documentation of it. Right. So usually you pass in the view model as the context. What's this? Why does it complain about it not being registered? I find that very strange. Here it explicitly says this will play nicely with TDD, as is agnostic to whatever DI framework you may be using. Well, it's not that agnostic if it actually references classes directly from WPF, so... Oh, here. Use the register attached property in your window to register your view model with the dialog subsystem. Okay. I did not know that. Okay. But I need to do that in my window, and that's a little bit problematic because with the view model that I'm actually going to use is shoot. That's not really gonna work because the view model that I'm gonna use, the command view model, actually no, the macro timeline view model, is not a single instance. It's not a singleton or anything. It's created on the fly whenever you open a command, when you open a command document. So whenever you where's the so whenever you open a command and edit it, then the view model gets created and destroyed as soon as you close it. So it's not gonna be that simple. All right. Okay. That's stupid, but we're gonna fix it. Oh, I see we got some new viewers. Welcome, everyone. Actually, I'm gonna do a little short break of 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Thanks for joining. Please stick by. See you in a sec. back and still phasing in and out of existence. Sorry about that. And I have quite some lag here, so I'm not sure if I'm actually back, but I think I am. So, just to recap, we have a little bit of a problem here with our dialog service. And also there's a different problem that I just noticed, but one thing at a time. Yeah, hold on. First of all, we're gonna do this. So that gets rid of one problem, but never mind. We have a little bit of a problem because we need to register the view model for our macro timeline to the dialog service in the window, but the problem is that the window doesn't know about the macro timeline view model because it gets created on the fly. So instead what we're going to do, what I think we're going to do, is use the main view model as the context for the dialog. Long story short, yes, always the dialog service. That dang tootin' dialog service. So what we're gonna do here is, I mean, the interface is still correct, but what I'm gonna do, just give me a sec. Do I? That's gonna be a problem. No, actually, yeah, okay. Actually, I'm gonna enhance this interface a little bit and say object main context. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say go to implementation, and it's going to complain that I'm not actually satisfying the interface, but I'm just gonna say implement interface. There we go, and I'm going to make this a order property. There we go. And yeah. It can be null technically, but what I'm gonna do is say here so I'm gonna yeah, I'm gonna remove the context parameter entirely, and then I'm just gonna use that main context property as the context. And now when I actually create this, or actually after creating this and injecting it, I'm gonna say dialog service main context is a view model, but I haven't created it yet, so that's not gonna work. So I'm gonna have to put it here. There we go. And I think that should be fine, but I still may have to register it. But I'm already using the dialog service in the main window, so I don't think I need to explicitly register it. Hold on, I missed out on the chat a little bit. Basil Pro says, "Sup man, just wanted to say thank you for the good monogame tutorials. Monogame was my first semester. Now we are doing Unity, and it's so much difference between that and Unity." Well, actually, I think you'll come to see that the basics or the fundamentals will be the same, but obviously one is an entirely fledged out full engine, and one is just a lightweight framework. So yeah. Whoops. Oh yeah, right. I forgot to remove this. But yeah, thank you for watching my tutorials, and I'm glad they helped you. Oh, they were build errors. Let's start it up. And hopefully, I think the Switch may be on standby already. I hope not, because it's a little bit of pain. It's a little bit of a pain to get it to show up on Streamlabs again. Yeah, it's still moving, is it? Yeah, okay, great. So. Okay, so now, hopefully, let's just use this command, and so we haven't connected to the Nintendo Switch console yet, so it should give us an error. But it still says context not registered. Consider using dialog participation register. Consider not throwing errors. Assuming your video is set to view model from where you want to launch. Oh, actually, wow. It's not gonna work. Hold on. But why? I just need to check something really quick. No. No. Huh. I'm actually looking for something, but is it? Huh? Wait. Wait, I just need to check something here. Oh, there we go. So I'm already using the MAEPS dialog here. So why is it not complaining here? Custom dialog. Yes, thank you, Basil Pro. Thanks for stopping by from Sweden. Oh, that's awesome. Have a good night or good day or whatever. See you next time, hopefully. Why is it working here? I'm not registering anything here either, so what's the problem? Don't really get it. From a view model, okay. There's a couple of things, you know, you use dialog distribution register, attach property in your window to register your view model. But I can't. I mean, technically I could. Okay, let's try that. I don't see why it's not necessary here, but necessary in the other view model where I'm using the same it doesn't matter. Was not found. Okay, great. Oh yeah, I need to include this as well. But the problem with that is that there is no binding at this point. Let's see. I mean, if this doesn't work, I may have to go the event route instead, but I don't see why this wouldn't work. Ah, okay. Perfect. No controller selected. Make sure to create and select a controller in the switch control view. I think it's called switch control view. Switch control panel. Whoops. Ah, almost. But that's exactly what I wanted. Okay. So, yeah. Whatever. Okay, so that's, I think, the first bullet point from our list can be crossed off. Now we're going to need a new view in our UI. There's a huge delay. It's terrible. That's probably why everybody keeps saying that Twitch is... Oh, I'm not allowed... Oh, that's probably why people are complaining about certain things on certain platforms and recommend going a different strategy. Anyway. Yeah, the purple one. Okay, but anyway, let's go ahead. That's one thing fixed. Still not sure why it wouldn't let me delete the elements from the timeline earlier. It's very weird, that never happened before. Let's see if it works right now. Yes, it does. And I don't see why it wouldn't work. Let's put a few more here. Let's try to delete this one. Yeah, it works. Works. So I don't know what... I'm gonna have to look into that. Because earlier in the stream we weren't able to delete the elements, but don't know why. Okay, let's implement a new view. That's actually something that is entirely new, so we're gonna have to build that from scratch now. Command source view. So by command source view, what I mean is we need to be able, or we need some sort of view here, some window where we can choose where the commands should be retrieved from. And currently there's two different command sources planned. Twitch IRC and a Twitch extension, whose name shall not be spoken. Correct. Not on this red platform here. But I mean, so yeah, we're gonna need a panel here in our beautiful layout where we can select the command source, and it should be pretty straightforward, I hope. Let's close this. But first of all, let's push this to the repository. Yeah, it's not like it's on screen or anything. Yeah. We're fine. Commit message is injected dialog service into macro timeline view model. Error handling implemented. But I forgot to correct the error message. Because I'm stupid. No controller selected. Make sure to create and select a controller in the switch control panel. Right. There we go. Now, we need a new view. Right. So. Let's create a new user control, if I can find it. Here we go. Let's call it command source view. And for some reason it takes forever. So, again, which setting do you think is better? Me phasing in and out of existence, or me being in a very blurry environment? I don't know. I think it's pick your poison. It sucks both. It's terrible. I think this covers way too much of the screen, so... Loading is supposed to take forever, right? Otherwise, how do you know that your machine is actually doing something? Okay, Rowan says this is good. I don't know. Let's keep it like this for a while, and maybe if it gets too annoying, I'll switch to the other one. I prefer a blurry environment, but I have no clue what is going on screen, so I'm biased. Okay, fair enough. But let's stick with this one for a while. So, yeah, sometimes it does recognize my hand, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. Okie dokie. So let's actually do something. We need a new view. What do we need in this new view? What does it... We need to basically have some sort of, I don't know, drop down that lets us select either Twitch IRC or Twitch extension. For now. There's going to be N, potentially hundreds, not in reality, but potentially an indefinite amount of command sources. So I need to think about this for a second. Actually, for the view, it doesn't really matter. So let's keep it simple. Cheers. Here from the Chrome game you made, loved your thought process and approach. Chrome Dino game. Dino game? Yes. I think the most well-known, most popular video on this channel is where we recreate the T-Rex runner game that is included as an Easter egg in the Chrome browser. So we recreated that here. It's quite an extensive tutorial. Obviously you could recreate that in probably a matter of minutes, but the point of the tutorial was to, like Rowan said, point out the thought process and showcase how you could go about, you know, building something from scratch, starting with nothing but some thoughts, putting those thoughts into an actual design, and then implementing that design step by step. So it's like a 20 episode series. And thank you, Rohan, for actually watching that series and enjoying it. Yes, I do have plans on new monogame tutorials. I actually already completely pre-planned, completely prepared a new series, but I never got to actually record it. Yeah, hopefully I will have time soon to do that. Obviously I could be doing that now instead of this, but I feel like doing this. So I don't know. But yeah, I do have other monogame tutorials planned. I actually have a new series in mind, which is called Compact Course. And the series, the format should be that instead of doing like a 20 episode tutorial, the Compact Course series is about like 10 to 15 or maybe 20 minute episodes where we tackle on a different problem, different I don't know, situation, a different use case in every episode. So the first episode was going to be about implementing a 2D camera system in monogame. And like I said, it's all done. I prepared the code, I prepared the script, so to speak, everything, but I never actually got to record it. But maybe in the near future, hopefully. Yeah, but let's actually do something here. Okay, so what I want to do is have a drop down, and I think that's it. I basically should say, please select a command source. Then you have a drop-down menu, you click it and select the command source. And obviously that will be, that drop-down will be populated depending on what sources I have currently implemented. But the view doesn't care about that, so really, it's really simple actually. Let's add a row here. Let's change the song. It's slightly going on my nerves. I guess that's fine. That's a good question, Limali. It shouldn't be hard-coded, that's correct. It really shouldn't. It should be... I should put it in a resource file that's actually translatable, so that I can later have a UI in different languages. It really shouldn't be, it's bad practice. For now it's fine. For now I don't worry about that, because for now all of the UI texts are basically hard-coded, more or less. For version 1.0, to be honest, I couldn't care less. But yeah, good point. This will need to be addressed at some point. For now. Yeah. Normally, if you do it right, you should put all of the text in a resource file, and then you can... Somebody who's not actually a programmer, someone who's less technical, can actually work on those resource files independently from the code, and yeah, that's how it should go, but fix it in the code review. What code review? I'm the only one working on this. Should I review my own code? But actually, I'm not the only one. I'm sorry about that. Matthias, who is actually in the chat, hopefully still, is working on this as well. But he does the Twitch extension, and I think he's actually pretty far ahead. So yeah, and I already created some code for actually communicating with that extension, and it's all already set up, but the UI is still missing. So yeah, shame on me. I'm a little bit behind on the work, I guess. But let's bind this to command sources. So yeah, Matthias, you do have access to the repository, so go ahead. Just kidding. Yeah. Sorry, it's really hard to focus on the chat, talk to you, and still know what's going on screen. I don't know how other people do that. That's chill. Okay, for now. Oh, I need a label, of course. Oh, sorry. First of all, let's assign this to the first grid row. But we also need columns. Let's give this a width of 80, and the other one will take up the rest of the available space. And 80 I think is a little too small. Oops. So I can't type because I'm stupid. So this is exactly what I'm talking about here. All of the labels currently secret are hard-coded. I think it was fine. Whatever. So there are a couple different approaches how you could go about actually making these strings localizable, but I don't plan to localize this app in the very near future, so couldn't care less, to be honest. But yeah, it's definitely not clean. Yeah, that's fine. Let's create a model for this. It's called command source view model. And I'm using, whoops, I'm using a very lightweight MVVM library, which comes with a class observable object, which I'm going to inherit from. So the library that I'm talking about is the MVVM toolkit directly via Microsoft. And simply what this will do, it provides some methods for, or actually it implements the iNotify property changed interface and provides method for raising events that I need in order for the view to pick up on the changes that happen in the state of the object. What's it called? Observable. And that's in a different namespace. I need to add a using statement. And I'm going to call that, oh, it's generic. And actually what I'm going to do is oh, that's fine. Ah. Oops. And now I need a property that exposes this collection of command sources. Whoops. There we go. And this is how I'm able to bind it to the view. So I can say the items listed in this combo box, the collection is bound to a property called command sources, and that's this one right here. And now I just need to populate that observable collection. And question is, I mean, I could hard code that and be like Twitch IRC, stuff like that, but I don't want to do that. I need the app to automatically find all implemented command sources and add them, and add an item to the combo box for them, so that I don't need to, every time I implement some sort of new command source, that I don't need to actually go here and add it manually. That's stupid. So let's think about this for a moment. So basically what I have here in my core library is an interface iCommand source. And we need a way to find all implementations of that interface. And for each implementation we find, we need to add a new entry to that collection that is then displayed as a drop-down. Actually, okay, I got an idea. So really our view model that provides the data doesn't care where the data comes from, right? So what I'm gonna do is create an interface, call it iCommand source provider. It's gonna be public. And the most common typo that I make in everyday coding is a quite interesting one. I tend to not type public, but yeah. I love it. GitHub Copilot is now available for the full version of Visual Studio as well. I'm not using it yet, but I am using IntelliCode, and this code was just added automatically. I did not type that, and it's amazing. I think that's awesome, because that's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, that's it. And now I need to be able to provide command sources. Right. So now I can use this interface in my view model. I'm going to assign that to a read-only field. Whoops. There it is. And now I don't really care where the command sources come from. Yeah, I've been surprised at how good IntelliSense has gotten. Yeah, technically it's a different component of Visual Studio. It's IntelliCode. IntelliSense is basically the auto-completion, and IntelliCode is a AI-based, machine learning-based, well, it's also auto-completion, but they're two different things. And yeah, I plan on using GitHub Copilot and check it out how well it works, but currently I don't have it installed. Okay, so once we have a provider, we can just use that to get the command sources and create view models for them. But I don't think my command sources actually have a name, do they? No, they don't. So I'm gonna add a property here. Let's call it display name. And now I need to implement that in my implementations here. So I already implemented the IRC command source. You can't see it because there's no UI for it. My battery is running low. You can't see it because there's no UI for it, but it already exists technically. But now I need to add this display name property. And for now, I'm just gonna say Twitch IRC. Again, I should probably pull this from some sort of resource, but whatever. And now I'm gonna say populate command sources, generate method, command sources clear. And now for each oops. Ah. Yeah, that was correct. And that's basically it. Now I just need an implementation of this interface that actually does something. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna provide one implementation that works with an in-memory list of command sources. Or, wait. That's not gonna work. Okay, that's not gonna work. Or is it? No, it's not gonna work. So my plan now was to create one implementation of this interface where I can simply add instances of the command source instances of command source at runtime via a method, and then I would call that method in the startup of my application. But at the startup of my application, I don't have some of the information that I need in order to create those instances, so that's not gonna work. I will probably need to create those command sources dynamically with some sort of factory. Shoot. So at the application startup, I don't know the command settings. I don't know. I do know what logger to use, but later on I will create different command sources, like the one for the Twitch extension. And I may not have all of the information, all of the data that I need to create an instance when I start up the application. So let's see. Okay, we're running really low on battery, but I think it should be good for a couple more minutes at least. Then I may have to charge my phone. Let me think about this for a second. I need a short bathroom break anyway, so I'll be right back in 3 to 5 minutes, if that's okay. Hope you're still there then, but if not, that's okay too. All right. See you in a sec. I have returned. Yeah, I think I got a solution to the problem. So actually, what I'm gonna do, instead of directly providing instances of the command sources, I will provide instances of factories, which then create a view model that encapsulates the settings for the command source, and it also creates the actual command source using that view model as the source for the parameters. Hopefully you'll see what I mean in a second. So what I'm gonna do is create, actually I can just do it here. So I think a factory pattern can actually solve this issue. Yes, that's what I want. But that's not what I want. Actually, I'm just gonna work with object here, which is a little loosey-goosey, but it's okay since we want to be able to work with any kind of view model to set up the command source. Hopefully you'll see what I mean in a second. That's a colon. And here we can also do something like source display name. And then in that case, I don't actually need the display name property here. So I'm just gonna go to implementation, remove that. So instead, here I'm gonna say object create settings view model. Okay. It's only gonna be a... hold on. That's fine, it's fine. Move that to its own file. There we go. And now gonna do it like this, and obviously then the code from earlier is not gonna work anymore. That's fine. Now what I can do I can go ahead here and say First of all, IRC command source settings. Oh, it's not supposed to be an interface? And I'll just leave that blank for now. And then I'm gonna create a class IRC command source factory. So basically now for each command source implementation, I will also need an implementation for the command source factory that is basically responsible for, well, creating instances, so that I can basically have dynamic instance creation. Hopefully you'll get to see what that is all about in a few minutes. Twitch IRC. Create command source. Like here, I can return a new instance of IRC command source. Whoops. And in order to actually create that instance, I'm going to need to call the constructor with the appropriate arguments. And in order to be able to do that, I can do something like it's not nullable. Let's make it nullable. Well, actually, no. Here I'm going to just throw new argument exception. Argument must be of type. Oops. Something like this, and then the settings will encapsulate all of the parameters that I need in order to create the instance. Settings. I need the command settings. Actually, the command settings, I can just pass them in. Wait. Yep. Logger. Okay. Yeah, let's not worry about logging for now. Let's just get this to work. So this will be the model that will be used for the view where we can set up this command source. So oh. Let me think. Actually, that's fine. But I want to be able to also provide a mock client so that you can test the IRC command source without actually needing to connect to Twitch IRC. So that's why I'm using an interface here. And in the view, we need to be able to select whether or not to mock that actual IRC client. So I'm just trying to think ahead here. Yeah, I think. Right. Okay. Let's make this a read-only property and give it a constructor. Oh. What's wrong here? Nothing. Okay. Obviously that's not going to work anymore, but I'm going to simply inject the IRC client here in the factory, and I think Hold on. No. Good stream, but sorry, gotta go. Getting pretty late here. We'll continue watching tomorrow. That's absolutely fine. It's actually pretty late here as well. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream. So yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Bye, Rohan. So actually, what I can do is I can treat those. I can have two different command sources for the IRC client, for the IRC command source. One instance that uses a mock client and one that uses a real client. I think that would be best. So what I'm gonna do, bear with me. Okay, now I'm going to inject it here. Okay, yeah, okay. Now I know what to do. Okay. And now in the in my view model, so this is not going to work anymore, but I'm going to rename this here. Command source factory view model. Actually, wait. Just something like this. And in there's going to be, wait. Oh. Actually, I only need to pass factory, and the factory can provide the name. but let's keep it like this. It doesn't matter. Because at one point I will have to separate. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So now I need a property for the currently selected command source. And actually, it's going to be a full property. So and I'm gonna have to bind that in the view. View. Where is it? Command source view. There. And now right now oops. So whenever the selected view model, the selected command source changes, what I'm gonna do is then say settings view model. Actually, this is going to be a private setter. And say settings view model equals selected command source dot factory dot create settings view model. So now I don't know and I don't care what type of settings I'm going to need for that specific command source. The factory will decide what specific view model to use for the settings, because it really depends on the implementation of the command source. So, okie dokie. After populating the command sources, I will make it automatically select the first one. Yeah. Bop, bop. Ah. And automatically Abdul Aziz is saying sub. Yeah, what's up? We're currently working on our Nintendo Switch X Twitch interactivity app, I guess. I'm right in the middle of something here. So, okay. And now what I want to do is I create one implementation of this provider here in my GUI application. And basically, I can load these factory instances or create these factory instances at application startup. So I can technically directly add them in the constructor. And now, right. Okay, yeah. Now, I need a view that represents the where is it going? Here. That actually represents the IRC command source settings. Because in order to connect an IRC, we're going to need some data, we're going to need some information. We're going to need the username, channel name. We need an authentication token. And with that, we can actually establish the... I think that's it, yeah. With that, we can actually establish the connection. So let's go ahead here. So the username is basically the name of the user that gets connected to the IRC client. Yeah, let's just call it username. All right. Oops. I notify property changed. Oh, oops. Now I'll get to explaining all of this in a second. I just need to implement it for now. Come on. I wanted autocomplete. There we go. Let's initialize username with simply empty string. Yes, I'm still planning on rebranding the channel. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I was on quite a hiatus for personal reasons, so I didn't actually get to do that. I announced it in a big fashion and then never really actually did it. Maybe this is the perfect opportunity to do that. So yeah, maybe I may actually do that tomorrow. So maybe if people see, okay, there's like a new live stream, a new VOD for a live stream, then it may be the perfect opportunity to actually go ahead and do the rebranding. I don't know. I'm not sure. Do I need to enter the channel name? Because it'll always be the same. I think I can get it from the command settings. Hold on. Let me check something. I just need a sip of water. Never forget hydration. Okay. Actually, let's just be lowercase s. I think. Hold on, give me a minute. No, it's fine, it's fine. IRC command settings. I do need the channel name. And the auth token, and I will have to make that like a password field so it's not actually displayed. Yeah, the thing with the rebranding is that I feel like when I do it, I also need to put out a video at the same time so that people realize that it's me. So I'm a little bit afraid that if I just change the channel name and the logo and everything without actually putting out content, people are not gonna recognize that it's me. They're just gonna be like, why is there this new channel in my subscription list? I did not subscribe for that. Like, what's this? I don't know. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's not that big a deal. And let's actually initialize all of these. Sorry. Okay. Now it should. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me think. What else do we need? I think that's it. Now we can create a view for this. For these command settings. Yeah, it's IRC command settings. Which we need to do in this project right here. View. I'm gonna actually create a folder for that. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I'm losing focus here. Actually, it's supposed to be user control. And let's say Okay, so now we need 3 fields. And I think we can just use a grid. Something like this. And let's simply go ahead and say cool, you just make an XML file and your app knows how to display the view. Yes, correct. That's the WPF framework, where you do all of the view stuff completely independently from the code behind, and you do that with XAML, which is directly derived from XML. So yeah, basically that's exactly what you're doing. Let me just it was fine. And now I can bind this. I can say something like I don't want to bind the label, obviously. Hold on. First column and first row. And now I'm going to add a text box. Second column, but also first row. And I'm going to bind the text property to the property username. So now I can wire this view to this view model here, IRC command source settings, and bind the text box to this property so that it automatically displays the value of this property and also changes the value of this property whenever I enter some text in that text box. So that's how the data binding mechanism works. I'm just gonna copy this. And for the token, we need to be a little bit careful, because that's not public information, so it's sensitive data. Anyone who has that token can basically authenticate as that user in the IRC chat. So we should not persist it, and we should not actually display the value in the UI. So we need to be a little careful. Oh yeah, we can use a password box for that. And that should do the trick. Wait, what? Why can't I bind the... Why doesn't this work? Can it be converted to type string? So you can't bind this? Okay. Why not? Hold on. It seems like it doesn't directly support data binding, the password box, which is weird. But maybe in the third-party library that I'm using, maybe there's something similar that I can use. Let me just see. I always thought the password box also supported direct data binding. But apparently not. So I'm gonna use MAH or MA or what, however you pronounce it. In my view, and hopefully there is a password box. That's just no. It's just a styling. Let me just check something. I'm using the extended WPF toolkit. Maybe that has a component for that. Yes. Check. I forgot the XML namespace for that. Shoot. Need to check it. It's weird. Why doesn't it support data binding out of the box? It's very strange. I mean, I could use events, but then I would have to add some code behind. And it doesn't seem like the extended WPF toolkit comes with a password box. Well, wait. Nah, never mind. Sadly, we can't directly data bind or bind the password box to the auth token property, but I guess we're gonna have to live with that. Oh, that's one. Ah, but that doesn't work. Our view model doesn't know about the password box, and it's not supposed to know about the password box because we're using the MBVM pattern. The view model is not supposed to know anything about the UI. So I can't populate the password from the code unless I overcomplicate things. Why doesn't it support data binding? Oh, I got an idea. We do use the password box, but we do not directly bind it. And then wait. Yeah, the only way for us to change it. Yeah, okay. Okay, I got an idea. I'm gonna need to include a namespace. What's it called again? Yeah, this one. Because what this will allow me to do is add some additional behavior to the password box by defining a trigger that is, well, triggered whenever an event is raised. And we're gonna basically there's an event, password changed, that is, well, raised whenever we enter text in the text box. And whenever this is raised, whoops, we're going to invoke, oh actually, yeah, change property action. We're going to say change the name of the change the value of the property named auth token. that we're gonna say property value. Oops. The new value will be whatever text is in the box. How do we get that? How can we do that with data binding? Basically, we need to bind to... we can't bind to that. No, that's not gonna work. Shoot. And it also only works one way. That's stupid. That's really stupid. Why doesn't it allow data binding? I don't understand. Doesn't matter. No, that's not. I don't want to just use a text box because it's just insecure. It's not safe to just display that. I could add a button that toggles the visibility. I guess that would be fine. And by default, it obviously would be invisible. I'm going to bed now. Actually, I'm getting tired. That can't be up. Good night. Yeah, it's fine. Thanks. Good night. See ya. Okay, let's just go with a regular text box now, and then after that, I'm gonna add some sort of... Whoops. I will add a toggle button that toggles the visibility of the password, so I think that should be fine. Okie dokie. So basically now I just need to glue it together. So that means first of all I need to tell the application what view model to use, or actually what view to use for which view model here. So basically, I'm gonna need to go here. I'm gonna need to add a new data template. But for that I will need to That's not the one. Whoops. I need to find the correct event model. Wait. Oh yeah. There we go. And now I can say, wait, did I? Yeah. Sorry for being so silent right now, but I just need to do this really quick. Actually, I don't need to specify the assembly because it's the same. Where is it? Use command source settings. There we go. So basically I'm telling the application here that I want to use this view for this view model. And this view model lives in a different library, a different project, which is the core one, because I want to include all of the command sources as well as their settings here in this core library, and then do all of the UI stuff in this UI library. Okay, so now the reason it's not picking it up here is because it says it doesn't exist, but it only says that because I haven't compiled it yet, so it doesn't know the type yet. And now in my application startup, I can simply I'm going to create a method here. Actually, no. And it takes a collection, okay. So here, this will be the place where I set up all of the different command sources. I could also implement some code that automatically looks for all factory implementations, but I'm going to do it manually for now. So let's see. Actually, no. So first of all, we have the IRC command source factory that uses a real IRC implementation. So we're going to implement the real IRC client, pass real IRC client instance. Wait, I think that's what did I call it again? I don't remember. Twitch IRC client. It's just in a different namespace, so yeah. Right. And then there's going to be another one here, whoops. Another instance that uses a mock client, and it's going to be listed with a different name, like mock IRC or whatever. But for now, let's just use this one. And now I need to do what? I need to actually reference this view in my window. So let's go to the main view, which is this one right here. And I need to work on the layout a little bit, but for now let's just put it on the right side where there's, yeah, in the same panel that also displays the project settings. So in my main view model, I'm going to create a property of type command source view model. And I'm going to need to instantiate that. And now I need to provide the command source provider. And it's going to be injected here, and it's getting, the constructor is getting way too long. I need to sort of encapsulate all of these different services in something like a shell or something, and then just pass the shell, but it's fine for now. Okay. Okay, but I forgot one thing. I forgot to also tell the application how to display the command source view model itself. So I'm going to need another data template. There. Oops. That's fine. And I forgot one thing. Let's go into the command source view. And we need to right below the combo box. Let's add another row. It's going to take up all of the available space, and it's going to be of type actually add a content control. And I forgot what I named the property. Whoops. Let's go into the view model. Command source there. Settings view model, that's correct. So here we have a generic content control, which is bound to the settings view model. And the framework will figure out what view to instantiate for this view model, and it will do that by looking it up here in the app config here. It'll look for a data template where the type matches, so this should be fine. Let me just... Oh, right, I forgot one thing. As you can see here, for example, the macro tester view model inherits or is derived from the tool view model. And basically, every view that should be displayed as a tool in the docking system should inherit from this class. So we need to inherit from this class in the command source view model. There we go. In order for that to work, we need to first of all add a using directive here, and also I'm going to need to call the base constructor here. Oops. And pass in the name of the tool, which will be command source. Okay, so this is basically the title that we will display. Let's see. What did I forget? Oh yeah. So now that the main view model takes in an instance of the command source provider. No, it doesn't. Hold on. Here. I need to go here and say and I'm probably going to use a property injection instead so that the constructor doesn't become huge. But for now, I'll leave it like this. And now I can do something like I command source provider and then inject it into the main view model like this. There we go. I probably forgot something. Really sure I forgot something, but let's try to start it up. We'll see. Okay. I'm just gonna open the previous project. Yes, we did forget something. Otherwise, the tool, the new command source tool would be showing up here. And I think I know what I forgot. I did create the view model, but I never, yeah, okay, yeah. When I go into the main view model, I do create an instance of the view model for the command source, but I never actually add it to the collection of available tools, which is here. And also, I think what I did, hold on. Right. I want the command sources tool to, by default, be displayed on the right-hand side. And for that, I actually implemented an attribute very early on. Not in this stream, that I can use on my view model. Hold on. Here I can do something like this. This is in a different namespace. There. So basically I have a custom attribute here. Where is it? Here, that tells my layout where to add a certain view. So I have these 3 panes one called main left, one called main center, and one called main right. And that's just basically assigned that view, that command source view to the main right pane by default. God Alchemy, Code Alchemy says, gotta head out. I will check the rest of the VOD later. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you maybe learned something tonight. And yeah, see you next time. And there it is. And hopefully... Okay, something... Why is it... Oh, right. Right. It showed the type name instead of the actual name of the... that I wanted to display, and that's because I didn't tell it what property contains the name. Just hold on. Command source. Yeah, here. And here in the combo box, I have to basically, first of all, here I need to say grid row 1, so that it's displayed in the second row, and also it needs to be in the second column there. And here I need to say what's it called again? This display member path would be name, because the property that should be displayed as the name is the property name. So it's this one here. This one here. I want this to be displayed in the combo box. So let's see. Start it up. Right, okay. It looks a little ugly, but it's generally working. So obviously there's only one command source now, which makes this whole process seem completely out of proportion. But the whole point is, I want to be able to simply create new command sources without having to change the view. What I have to do now, whenever I create a new command source, is implement the command source by creating a class that implements the iCommand source interface. Create a implementation of the iCommand source factory, which is responsible for, first of all, providing a name here and actually creating that command source instance, and create a view model for the settings. And that's it, and the rest will be automatically picked up. So I don't have to adjust this view every time I create a new command source. It's basically then just, I need to just customize it and not actually extend the view. It's a little ugly. I think the lower part, yeah, hold on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in the view, and here I'm gonna actually say the column is 0, and it has a column span of 2. Hot reload, and that looks way better. And probably what I should do is add another row. then add a label. Oh. There. Something like this. So these settings here are completely dynamic. They depend on which source I select. So for example, for the mock IRC, where I don't actually connect to Twitch IRC, I won't have to enter a username, I won't have to enter a channel, and I obviously won't need an authentication token. So for the mock version of the IRC, I'm simply gonna provide a view model for the settings that doesn't have any of those properties. So yeah, I think that's fine. So now when I'm done setting that up, what I needed to do is I think I need a save button or apply button. When I hit that button, it should actually create the actual command source and assign it to my current project settings. So in the command source view model, I'm going to create a command. Save command. Not yet. I'm going to need to expose that as a property. Initialize it here. Well, actually, yeah. So whenever I hit save, I want to call a method called execute save command. I'm going to need to create that method. And in that method, what I'm going to do is, first of all, say selected command source factory create command source. Oh yeah, I need the command settings. And I can get them from my project manager. Get the current project, get the command settings. If I don't have a current project because I haven't created one yet, that's not gonna work. But if I don't have a project open yet, it won't allow me to open this view anyway. So it's never gonna happen. But just in case, here I'm going to say if project manager current project is null, then don't do anything. But like I said, this is never actually gonna happen because all of the views are actually disabled if I haven't loaded a project yet. Oh, whoops. And now the settings view model. Pass it in, which returns the command source. Wait. What's wrong? Is it ambiguous? How is it ambiguous? Oh, okay. Well, then I'm just gonna use var. Now let's say command source. Actually, project manager. Yeah, I need to basically assign. Okay, yeah. In my project manager, I need to store the currently selected command source. Oh. And it needs to be nullable because there may not be any yet. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's not every time I have to use something that is explicitly nullable. It seems a little dangerous, but it's a fact that when you start a new project, you may not have, or you will definitely not have set up the command source yet. So there is no command source. I think that's okay. It's not perfect, but it's okay. but I'm also gonna add a property has command source, which basically just returns whether or not a command source has already been selected. And now I need to go to the implementation, and I'm just gonna implement those two properties. Like this. Okay. And yeah, I think that's it. Let's go to view model again. And now I need to be able to actually execute this save command. And for that, we're going to need a button, which we're going to bind to this save command property. So let's add another row here. With a stack panel in it. It's going to be the third row, and it's going to be the second column, fourth row, I meant. And there. In this stack panel, I'm going to add a button. Which I'm going to bind to the save command. And the button is going to say save. Maybe let's make it a little wider. That should be fine. Maybe in this case, let's say apply. I don't know. It's fine. Here, I need to actually say settings, IRC client, initialize, and here I can pass in username, channel name, and auth token, which I can get from the settings. There we go. I just need to check something. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure if the IRC client is implements the disposable interface or not, which would have been a problem if it did, but it doesn't. Okay. So, if we did everything correctly, then we should be able to set the command source now. Let's put a breakpoint. Oops, that's wrong. Let's put a breakpoint here in the project manager. In the we can't. There's no okay. Yeah, never mind. In the view model, here I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Oh yeah, I know what I forgot. I need to pass in the project manager now because I added an extra argument to the constructor. There we go. So now when I say, I don't know, test user, test channel, auth123, click apply, then it should trigger the endpoint, the breakpoint. Oh, sorry, you didn't see the app right now. So you just gotta believe me. I just went into the command source view, selected the IRC command source and entered username test user, channel test channel, and auth token auth123. So now it should have created the command source for me. And it did. You can't see the auth token because I made it so that the auth token is never displayed in the debugger for security reasons. If I take a look here, if I take a look at the IRC client, yeah, I explicitly said that the auth token should never be displayed in the debugger for obvious reasons. So yeah, that's why it doesn't show up. Yeah, okay. So now that that is taken care of, cross it out here. Implement view for IRC command source. I just did, but I think it still needs some work. but it's technically working. Wait, there's one more thing I can do before I want to close the stream for tonight. And that's make it possible to toggle the password in the view. Commands. Here. So right now the password is always visible. I don't want that. Or it's not a password, it's an authentication token, but it's still sensitive data. So what I'm gonna do is here, I'm gonna remove this for a second, and then I'm gonna add a grid. Oh. In that grid, I'm gonna have two columns. And the first one is just going to be a button. That I will bind to a command. With this beautifully short name, toggle auth token visibility command. And then I will add the text box back in. Like this. Here I will bind the visibility to a property, which I'm going to call is auth token visible, and I'm going to need to use a converter for this binding, because I'm going to bind this to a property that is a boolean, either true or false, but the visibility needs to be of type visibility, which is a type from the WPF framework. And by using this converter, I can simply convert false to invisible and true to visible. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm going to go into the view model and create this command. First of all, let's create is auth token visible. There. And I'm going to create the command. It's going to be simple. I don't need an explicit method for that. I'm just going to use a lambda expression here and say is auth token visible is equal to, or assign the exact opposite. Oops. The exact opposite to it. So I'm basically going to flip the boolean, and that's it, right? And I think that's it. Let's see. So by default, the property will be false, so it shouldn't be visible. But the moment I click toggle, it should appear. Okay, it's visible. It shouldn't be. Why is it visible? Why is that? Let me see. Toggle auth token visibility command. Oh, because no, is auth token visible? Oh, wow. Wrong view model. Whoops. This is the wrong view model. We need to go in the other view model. Here. And we need to put it here. Unfortunately, in this library, I don't have a reference to the MVVM toolkit, so I don't have the relay command class at my disposal. So I'm gonna have to use a different implementation of the iCommand interface, but that's fine. And that is perfectly fine, because really all I want to do is say, let's say, hold on. Just a second. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute. And we're back. I'm just about to close the stream, but I want to get this done first, so I can cross this other item off the list. So let's be done with that. Hold on. So unfortunately I can't use the relay command here. So I'm gonna need to provide my own implementation of I command. But it's simple. Hey. Now implement this. Can execute will always return true. We can always toggle the visibility. And when we do execute it, we simply want to set the is auth token visible to the opposite of what it is right now. And we can use an expression body for that. And that's it. And I guess here we can simply do something like actually, let's do that in the constructor. This. Let's go ahead, take a look at it. I guess now. Yep. That's fine. It's ugly. We should make this a little smaller and just use like an eye icon. Square Cup says hello. Hello, Square Cup. That's not the best timing because I was just about to close the stream. But thanks for joining. I guess I can cross this off the list now. So yeah. I'd like to make that a little less ugly. We're on different time zone. Yeah, definitely. But it's not like it's early here. It's really late. 7 AM right here. I'll just turn on my computer. Yeah, and I'm just about to turn off my computer for today and probably go to bed. I want this button to be less ugly and not say toggle. I just want like an eye icon. But I don't have that. Not currently. But I'm just glad that the testing of the macros works. So whenever we click test macro, it actually sends the macro to the switch, and if the switch is not connected, like it is right now, it doesn't have a connection to the switch. So when we click here, it should give us an error, right? But I now realize we should probably prioritize the other error message. So right now it says there's no controller selected, which is true because we can't select a controller because we're not connected to the switch. But here, let's actually swap those two errors. Yeah. So not being connected at all to the switch should take priority over not having selected a controller. So let's hot reload this. Go back, click test. Connection to Nintendo Switch console has not been established. Okay, that's out. Okay. Should probably leave some space between these, but it's not that important for the first draft. First version can be a little ugly, that's fine. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. We've made a little bit of progress, not as much as I would have hoped, but that's just normal for a stream. Some things don't go as planned. Also, I haven't been streaming for quite some time. It's been a while. So I think we're done for today. At least we did make some progress. And I got to actually showcase the project, which I never did before this. Yeah, so thank you every single one of you for stopping by. Thanks for participating in the chat, and hope you learned something. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and see you guys next time. Bye-bye.